Cool. Let's do it. I've clicked start. Let's make sure my volume's working for everybody. Hello, Tom. Welcome to Monday's stream. I didn't get as far as we wanted to yesterday. The water was just slow. The helicopter was slow because I'm partially stupid. And we decided to use the one with all the accessories on the outside. Also, I kind of pre-scouted today with the L39 because the weather is questionable. Let me see if I can get the cloud layer to spawn in. Anyways, the weather's questionable, so I kind of pre-scouted this area. I just kind of want to make it to here. Airport. IFR. Obviously. With how rough everything is. But we finished up here at Ust-Kamchatstik. So yeah, depending on how today goes, that's what I want to be just the normal path. If we can make it down to this first island without pushing too late or just too much weather, because there is monsoony sort of stuff going on, then we'll push down there. But for the most part, it's it was rough. We're going to ooh is the tentative plan, weather dependent, because it's nasty weather here. Last night getting into there was nasty. So depending on what weather looks like, then we'll do that. Like I said, I kind of pre-scouted with the L39 to see what ceilings and everything were. But let's see, it's also definitely cold. I was getting some icing stuff. I want to go fast. Can I say we just do the 125? Because I want to save the 225 for the next stream, because the next stream we're jumping the island chain no matter what. So even if we have to do that extra, like if we make it down to this top island, then jump the chain, that's cool. Or if we only make it to here and I have to do that extra 35 miles and then jump the islands next stream, we will. But I want to jump the islands next stream, so I want to do that in the 225 or the 160. But today we haven't done the Chinook in a bit. Our screenshot today was the 206, so we obviously can't do that. That would be silly. Oh no, we really haven't touched the 125 in a while. The 130, it was playing weird last time I used it. Well, we can try it. When I say it was weird, it was giving me a... You gonna select what I click? Hello? Why are you not clicking? Okay, I'll use my mouse. You gonna play silly games? You win silly prizes. There you go. But yeah, it was... Last time I did it was in... like crossing Kansas or something, like here in the middle of America. And it was being very... It's more Puerto Rico-esque. America. God, this one looks so good. I really like this livery. I mean, it's a medical helicopter livery, but it looks good. But it was like super, super hard pedal usage. So I don't know if that was just the weather conditions that we had that kind of made that a thing. Ooh, this one looks like a sperm. 3 alpha. That's a real one. And these are all real ones. Okay, this looks spermish, but not as bad. Corral helicopters. Ooh. Oh, Maverick, no wonder. Okay, we're doing the Swiss babies. Fuel and payload. Okay. So yeah, that gives us enough range with everything. And if anything, there was I think there was somewhere else we... What is this? What are you? Is there an island far off the coast there? Oh, it's 1 hour and 50, and we'll probably definitely go further south. I know the weather might be mildly an issue, so that's my, Yeah, there is something off here. Oh. That's still part of the Alaskan island chain, kind of. But let's hope the weather's not too bad, because yesterday it was iffy, and today it's going to be iffy. But hopefully less iffy. Let's see, flight conditions, live. Showing VFR here now. We'll see. Let's do it. Fuck it, let's go. See, there's all the clouds spotting in. So that's why I said it's iffy. Oil rig? No oil rigs out. I mean, sure there are. They just don't tell anybody. Secret Russian oil rigs. Ah, yes, beautiful weather. Ah, yes, this is definitely VFR conditions. I love that. Come on, spawn in, make me look pretty. Let's go. Come on. Do I need to get close? Oh no. Do I need to look away? Hey! Okay, Shift C. Let's hop in. Let's fix my seating position. Alright, it's iPhone. 130 is a very cool machine. Let's see, scoot forward a little bit. Still feel like I'm slightly tall. Okay. Back doors are on. Sick. Okay, let's see. Let's go and get our battery on. Get our anti-collision lights on. Fuel pump on. These little screens are doing their thing. Very cool. I'm not going to test anything. That would be silly. Bleep. There we go. Those things are moving. I'm facing to the left, definitely. Okay, that's better. I'd rather face slightly inward. Yeah, because the pedals are kind of to the right of the seat. Okay, generator. No. No, on. Not just reset. I don't need you reset. I need you on. Horn on, even though you're kind of annoying in this one. Ooh, I have twistable grip. That's sick. Love that. ABCS off. Light, sand filter, sling, searchlight, none of that stuff matters. I mean, it matters, but it doesn't matter. You know? It matters, but it doesn't matter. So let's make sure my fuel is tippity-toppity. Okay, unpronounceable tower. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey. We are on the ramp. We fueled up. We have left Elaine. Somehow she caught up with us here. Enjoy. We're going to get out of here now. Whatever your tower. Let's pick slowly up on our collective. Getting light on the skids. It's been a while since I've been in the 130. Little wobble. No big deal. We're going to just depart straight from the ramp. Wind was kind of dead but coming in at us, so sick. Off we go. I'm going to kind of follow the coast on this one instead of doing a straight over the water flight. I got watered out yesterday. Don't want to do that anymore. So we're going to spend just a wee bit of fuel to stay inside of the coast. If that's okay with all the homies. If not, I can hop back towards flight director and we can just go over the water for a bit. But that put old Georgia Plains Spotting to sleep last night, flying over the water. So if I can keep him awake, I'm going to. Captain Starston, General Cargo, in the Kamatskaski Gulf. Are you going to spawn in as something much bigger than what you really are? So what do y'all think? Stay with flight director and head straight towards destination, or kind of skim the coast a little bit more? My pedals aren't too far out of whack right now, so feeling good. Okay, Captain Starston. Okay, there you go. Oh, biggest ship. Maintain about 1,000-foot altitude here. We'll just push forward. Literally. That's what we're doing. We're literally pushing forward. We're already cruising fucking faster than that ridiculous 145 yesterday. High-speed craft. I want to see this. We are boat spotting now. We are no longer Georgia Plains spotting. We're multi-shap map boat spotting. Russian boat spotting. I'm even slowing down for this one. I want to see what they render a high-speed craft to be. Sosnovka 2. What happened to 1? Okay, yeah, high-speed craft my ass. And I'm sure you do pretty good, but I'm... Anyways, back into the power. Let's go. See, Tommy said... direct, but I don't think that'll fall asleep this time. They give me some more time to go further inland if needed. True. I'll start trimming back to the east-ish. And we shall push. Let's see, get my phone unplugged. Busy using it today. Went to a car show tonight. That was nice. Which is like, I'd usually like to start these at 8 o'clock our time, but I've been starting at 9 anyways, just to give me more time to work out and get stuff done at night. But today was car show night, so no exercising. But got the car show, so that was cool. Every Monday night. So Monday nights are kind of like a default 9 o'clock anyways because of that. High speed is relative. Okay, Sean. You drive a RAV4. I don't think you comprehend what high speed is. Also, hello. Hope you had a good day, babe. But, looks like it's just us in here, but for anybody coming back and watching this later, welcome to day 18 of Matt's completely fucking idiotic for flying a helicopter around the world and now going to hit every continent that's real. Peninsula. So that way we can hit the southern tip of this and then do a little bit of island hopping, and then be in Japan, where I plan on flying like the R-22 or the Capri, G2 or a Bell 206. We'll probably do a Bell 206 for a Fiji thing, but I feel like since Japan's so small, relative speaking, I'd like to spend a few days there, and even multiple helicopters in a day there, where we're going around. We said, okay, cool, let's get near Fiji and hop in something like this, or the 206 for Fiji exploring, and then back on to a 22 after landing. But I'm very excited to get to Japan. Nothing against Russia. Russia's pretty cool. Very based individuals, good and old school, like orthodoxy type of people. A lot of people that don't put up with bullshit. Just kind of corruptish government, you know. It happens with any sort of developed country. But yeah, Eastern Russia, not fun. Not exactly exciting. So I'll be happy to work our way out of here and hopefully avoid much of this gnarly sort of weather. You should find a wife in Japan. Muscle mommy cafes are a thing out there. Can I do the flight planned for the Australia part? Sure, I don't see why not. Kind of the general idea for me is to get down to your area and then kind of beeline straight back up to where I can start hopping up towards Thailand. So if you want to set some stuff up with that, then go for it. And you can either try to type it all in chat and maybe I can retain it, or you can email it to me multishopmatt@gmail.com. We already got the wife from North Korea. Yeah, that's Jake. I'll have to make sure to tell him that people were thinking about him today. Okay, cool airports, cool things to go see or drop by or do. And if any of them have any like neat bits of history or something, then kind of put a note or something there about what that is. And I don't want to say I'll make a script for it, but I'll write down some key points so we can kind of play tour guide a little bit as we go down through. Yeah, speaking of Japan, Muscle Money cafes would be super sick. The only thing that terrifies me about Japan is I assume their pussies are sideways, I've been told. I don't know how I would handle that. So, who knows? Not me. But I do actually want to do a Japan trip soon. Part of me would like it to be there's two big trips I want to do. I want to do a European trip and a Japan trip, both automotive centered. Matt, I think I might be able to make a fuck wagon design for a t-shirt. I'll try that later or now. Later or now instead of now or later. Nah, go for it, yeah. Email multishopmatt@gmail.com. That's probably the easiest way to get in contact, because I'll actually see that come through. I honestly don't even know how to check YouTube direct messages. Feel like my initial thought for a t-shirt would be like a I know it's kind of played out, but also I don't care. But what's it called? Like a wireframe type diagram with maybe some like funny names or nicknames for different parts of the aircraft that I've said before. Wiggly stick for the cyclic, or ceiling fan for the fucking main rotor. Stuff like that. Then I'll have the November 420 Foxtrot Whiskey number on it. And then kind of how like on engineering drawings, how you had the rectangular box kind of at the bottom where it's like project whatever, designed by whoever, specs, like multi-shop mat, around the world, something 420 FW with quotations fuck wagon, and that's kind of like the idea. Where am I thinking of entering Australia? Let's see, let me zoom out on my Google. I started kind of soft looking yesterday. I haven't marked anything yet though. But I was kind of thinking wherever that northern point was near Papua New Guinea. And coming down through there, following the coast, and then we would eventually go back up and cross the Timor Sea, leaving like Darwin or whatever to get out of there, to go up through the Lesser Sunda Islands in Indonesia. That was a thought, but open to suggestions. That also minimizes ocean time, which I have nothing against. It's just, it's not that exciting. But those are also like about as good as you can get as far as coming in one side of and leaving the other side, because those are like the two closest contact points. But yeah, so t-shirts, I was thinking engineered drawings or wireframe engineering sort of things with funny names for the helicopters or for different bits. Which we could start thinking of different things for that. But also it's a if you come up or you have an idea for something better, then fuck, we could run with that. Is the helicopter American? Because we are usually on the other side. No, this is a French helicopter. But this is also set up for sightseeing, or kind of optimized for sightseeing. As you can see, we have a giant bubble of a window in front of us. So it's kind of optimized for that. A lot of times you won't even have the second set of controls there. I'm sure there's a reason for left side piloting. I couldn't tell you exactly. The seat warmers are the fact that I just took a piss. But it's not that cold out here, I don't think. Make sure I'm good attitude. See, we have outside air temperature. Yeah, it's plus 2.4 degrees Celsius outside right now, so I don't want to hear any sort of complaints. Like, if you're not warm and plus 2.4 degrees Celsius, then I don't know what you're doing. Does it come equipped with a baguette maker? Warmer? Yes, there actually is a baguette warmer in here. And despite federal regulations on helicopters, you are required to smoke a cigarette while you're flying the French aircraft and eating a baguette. So, that's a requirement. It's nice because we can still see the shore over there. I like that. That's the sort of attitude I like. No, I expect everybody to have their own book of matches with them. There are no cigarette lighters here. That's illegal. But this isn't like the 222. See, this right here, we're ignoring this. This means, yeah, just don't look at that, okay? That means nothing. Actually, I prefer it if you smoke in my flights. Everybody that's riding along is a homie, so they get to smoke. Where is the Air France regulation white flag? Actually, we're Swiss today. We're doing like an Alp-themed helicopter. So, there's that. No. Nobody gets pissed off on these streams. In fact, we are just but goofy goobers. And silly geese. But yeah, happy Monday to you two, since y'all are both in here currently. But even if Tom or SG550. No, we don't allow SIGs on here. Yeah, even if Tom does step out or Georgia Plane Spotting steps out, they'll be back. Georgia Plane Spotting will only fall asleep. He won't leave the chat. He'll just fall asleep. Tom will be back though. If he steps out, he'll be back. Somehow I have the Australians hooked on me flying around the world. But he might be trying to make the flight plan now, even though we have like another week and a half until we get to that part. But I gave him that little bit of authority and he's running with it. But that's what it's all about. I'm having fun flying around the world. People who are cool enough to drop in and say hello and participate are getting some custom flyovers and tours of their area. So, not bad at all. Not a bad deal. Don't put SIG USA problems on 6 Sawyer. I like my SIGs when they denote whether it's east or west production on them. That's when you know it's good. Ah, yes. The General Cargo Vertdron Ensmanov. It's one of my favorite boats out there. I love that thing. Yeah, see, exactly. I knew you were doing the fly plane, even though we have another week and a half until we get there. I knew you give that freedom, that looseness on the leash, and you were going to go for it. Got email. Georgia plane spotting. Yep, that's me. Multishopmatt, one word, at gmail.com. Nailed it. 35-hour round trip, not bad. Because I don't expect to be working before then. You know, we could even do like big 5-hour days or something, or it kind of all depends on what the spacing of the different places are. So, serious question, do helicopters have ejection seats? So, any American-made helicopter, that's a no, but there is a Russian attack helicopter. I don't know if it was the older Hind or one of their newer ones, but it actually has an explosive charge where when you hit the ejection seat, it blows the main rotor blades off, so they're no longer going to like mince you when you go through it. And I think it's a twin main rotor blade. So I think there's actually two mains, one rotating and one counter-rotating. But it blows them off, and then after it has that split second of blowing them off and clearing the area, it then ejects you. When half the internals are made in India. Yeah, I haven't paid into for flight yet. So, Skybacter will work. Because I usually just play around Skybacter for fun, but I also don't own an Apple product yet. I do plan on buying an iPad though, and I'll use that for flight, but I just haven't made that investment yet because I don't need it yet. Yeah, Blend, so Sean can keep laughing because he's wrong, because there is a helicopter with an ejecto seat. So, and I bet he's looking that up now to confirm nor deny, but I can guarantee you there is a helicopter with an ejection seat. And I think there's even videos of it being tested or being used or something. Yeah, this definitely feels almost Alaskan-ish. But in Alaska, the mountains were the big fuckers, the snow-capped ones. They were all the way out to the water. So here it feels like more of a progressive lead up to the mountains. But this definitely has a an Alaskan type feel to it as far as ground-wise. Hey Sean, I'm just checking in. Are you embarrassed yet? Or are you just happy to have learned something? I was aware, but it mustn't have been very great if no one else was willing to try it. Well, probably, I wonder what situations you would use that in. Like, where does it come down to where you can't do an auto and put yourself on the ground? Other than it being like a, I mean, I guess there could be a missile. I mean, it is a war plane, or warship, war helicopter, attack helicopter, whatever. So I guess maybe there's different emergencies. Freaking an attack helicopter wouldn't be suffering or going through. that a normal helicopter wouldn't. I mean, that would make sense to me. So I could see it being very specific to that. If you have to pee, is that the emergency? I'm pretty sure as soon as you pull that handle, you are not going to have to pee anymore. Because I think the ejection seat's like fucking 10G launch of an ejection. So even if you don't push the pee out of you, I think it's going to launch you so fast and so hard out of it that it's just going to leave the pee in your seat as it's pushing you forward. Kind of like a table having the like the tablecloth pulled out from under everything, and it, hello wind, and having the having all the stuff stay on top of your pee is just going to be at whatever elevation, altitude your helicopter was, and it's going to eject you and just leave the piss right there. I mean, not really. I mean, fighter jets, you can eject at ground level. So why couldn't a comparable technology in a helicopter be able to be used near ground level? Also, the chances of me ever flying one of those in real life is so extremely low that I've not put that much thought into it before. Most things that I could like most likely get my hands on, I've looked pretty good into. But that's so far out of the realm of something that I would ever have the chance of getting into that I haven't even thought about it that much. Okay, let's kill a little bit of altitude here since we're going to be going over shore. And I can see cloud level kind of up in front of us. We'll be crossing this peninsula bit. For my little mouse. I may hang slightly left. Ah, fuck it, we're going over. We have synthetic vision. I am super IFR. I don't want to fucking jinx myself. But, we're gonna make it through this. I promise, guys. Don't worry. Without Elaine here, we can do anything. I'm not gonna say I miss her. But, her not being here has been nice, but it's been lonely. All the default characters in the Hype 145 and 160, you know, like, they're cool, but they just don't have that life to them, you know? Let's see. Back over ground, cruising, everything's looking good. 132, 133 knots. And our ground speed, 140 knots. Cool. So we got about a 10 knot tailwind. Not too bad. That's what I wish I was doing yesterday. Clouds changing, updating up there. Okay. 8 people watching. Welcome to the stream. To the new people, we are somewhere over a peninsula in Russia, working our way south. And so hopefully by the end of tomorrow, we should be in northern Japan. Tomorrow will be a big island hop adventure, most likely in the Airbus 225. Because we have heaters and defrosters and everything that function in that. And I feel like that's a good thing to handle emergencies and big, huge range with it. So doing that big island hop that would be a smart decision for us. And also, I am looking forward to getting Japan to where we start getting all of good photogrammetry and ground and population centers and cool things to look at. Let's see. Kind of gonna go between these mountains up here. That's fine. You know, the 130 is a pretty cool helicopter. I would like being financially smart, like given that you had the money to purchase a helicopter for personal use. I think the 130 is a solid option. Enough room for your friends and some extra stuff and be able to actually put a little bit of weight on there. Part of me says like, oh yeah, but you definitely want to go with like a 135 or 145. But the price goes up significantly. Dual engine's a great thing if you have the money to where you can put yourself in a twin engine and for like the safety of your family or whatever. But these freaking Turbo Mecha aerials, what is it, the 2C? Super solid engine. I feel like I wouldn't be too worried about any sort of failure with it. But I think these just have a good look too, you know. Like I know a 206 could be more in my budget. Or 206 or R66 or 44 just because you can get a decent one for like $500,000. And a 130 is definitely not that. They just have a good line, you know. They have a good look to them. With the right livery and stuff on there, they're even better. Like this Swiss one, I don't even feel like it's the best livery option for these things. The Alps transport helicopter for heli skiing and stuff. Start throwing some altitude at it because we are going to have to crest that mountain up there eventually. So we'll start adding 500-ish feet per minute. Should give us enough to get over there. We can adjust more if needed. But we'll try to keep this sort of climb going on. And we'll see how the valley winds play us when we get up here. They may start helping us down, or they may even help us up a little bit. So we'll see. We'll see. No big deal. Snow coming in from the west. Kind of clearish off to the east. Livery is an odd word. Why? What makes it odd? Tell me. Like, I feel like paint job is very pedestrian sounding. Like, cool, I got a paint job on the car that I drive every day, but livery is like, okay, cool. Like, the time was spent to basically do a graphic design job on something to make it look and accentuate the way it looks. So it's not just emblems or signage or whatever. It's an actual thoughtful process to make whatever it is look better while advertising or while putting through whatever sort of message you want with it. And well, don't think of liver. Just like I enjoy wearing my cut-off jean shorts or jorts during the summer, and I was talking to some girl on Bumble or something, and she was like, I don't know, I just don't like the word jort. I'm like, why? She's like, because it makes me think of shart. I'm like, well, don't think of shart. It's easy. The only fucking similar thing is the RT. The word art should make you think of shart more than fucking jort does. But she was a woman, so what can I say? No offense, Bolin. You're completely different, I promise. Yep, pretty much. Speaking of liveries, I think we should definitely be bringing back old school 80s and 90s NASCAR liveries and stuff back to use, because they look so good. All the new liveries are kind of gay, kind of dumb. Same thing. But it's like nothing looks good anymore, you know? Like, very few cars that I see out there now look good. I don't want to say they're just not imaginative or whatever, but like, you look at like the old tobacco cars, like Marlboro, Camel, Skull. Like, the old Mountain Dew livery was fucking sick. A lot of the alcohol liveries were cool as shit. She doesn't have fear of sharks. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. But, there were so many cool liveries. I'm trying to think of my friend posted on something. Leo, I don't think you're in here, but if you are, which Instagram account did you do the Mountain Dew one? So let's check momentum. That one's not bad. Look at this personal then. Shitbox. Don't know where it is. Anyway, it was like a R32 GTR, and it had the old, like, mid-80s Mountain Dew livery on it, and it looked so good. Because it was already like an extremely high-end build on the car, you know, like, all the right parts, all the right wheels, nothing done wrong. And they had the old school Mountain Dew livery on it. And it just looked clean. It looked so clean. Then there's a YouTube guy here, Do It With Dan, local to Georgia. He had a C8 Corvette that had like the Marlboro livery, but it was for Heatwave Visual. And it looked good on his Corvette. I was like, we need more of that. We need more of that shit. Brandon Weir's Warthog's so fucking stupid. Oh. Cover your ears, guys. Here comes a sneeze. Maybe. Hopefully. And it's gone. Great. I need to commit Sudoku now. No, I wouldn't call that a livery. I think a livery is more of a intentional design to advertise. And his was more of a copying something that already existed in a certain way. I feel like it's a bit different sort of scenario. I think we're about to be very IFR here very shortly. Let me get some water while we can. before I have to lock in. Take a little bit more power. Keep our forward going. So we are losing some speed because I'm asking for a good bit of altitude here. Over 1,000 feet per minute getting up here. And once we're IMC, which will be very soon, won't be looking at chat for a few minutes at least until we get past all this. It's getting windy up here too. I love that. I love that for us. I knew we were still relatively VFR, but I did not want to look out a window, go completely IMC, then lose my shit. So I stayed locked into the just synthetic vision there. Which really I would be good just watching our indicator over there on the right side of the dash of the instrument cluster. But the fact that I don't know any of the altitudes of the mountains around here, the elevations of them, I'm definitely staying more in the synthetic vision currently. Just that way I can stay aware of what I'm flying into or over. Let's see what Sean says. We got a quick second. He says, safe flight through the snow, heading to bed. You guys have fun. Because I know we're losing you and Berlin when you say that. So thank y'all for stopping in. We'll see you on the next one. Or one of the future ones, or whatever. But once again, guys, locked in for the time being, since we're mildly in the soup. Flying through mountains with unknown elevations. Keeping my speed good. About 500 foot over that ledge. Sick. Love that. Can kind of see it below us. But it's kind of bumpy out here. Just part of it. We'll lose some altitude now. We don't need all 7,000 feet. But we'll keep as much as we can. Within reason. I see your comment there, Tom. I'm in the soup. I'll check it here in a bit. He's losing altitude there for a second. But I've still got plenty. My horizon line is way up above most of this shit, except for that hill that's kind of to our southwest. And for anybody tuning in, we're in the soup, so I'm I'm in the instruments right now getting through this until we're on the other side of the mountain range where I can drop altitude to something that's a safe elevation. But right now we're at about 7,200 feet. I'm feeling subthermals. There's some different air masses moving around. But, oh, there we go. Little bumps here and there. I can see the ground below us. And while I could watch that and try to be VFR, I'd much rather just stay in my instruments. Because we can go back IMC like right now in just a matter of seconds. So it's not worth it for me to risk pretending that I've got enough vision to be VFR. And I just kind of keep the ground in a peripheral down there. It's a good reference, but I'm in the synthetic vision, and if the synthetic vision goes out, I've still got my gauges over there where I can watch altitude and the levelness, the gyro. Put a little bit of right turn in here, get back on the flight director. And also, if anyone is wondering, no, I do not have autopilot. I am wiggling the sticks the entire way around the Earth. Let's see up in front of us, but I don't care that much unless I can get down to it. I'm not going to push for it too hard. I can still, I've been instrumenting for 5-10 minutes now. I can instrument through more if I need to. I don't have to see the ground. So what we'll do, we'll call this 6,500 here good. Don't want to lose any more altitude. I like to stay here. Get re-leveled off. 6640, not bad. We'll stick with that. Just because I don't know what my what everything else is here. I'm trying to keep it above 220 knots as well. You know, not for any reason. I mean, we could do it at 100 knots. Do it at 40 knots if we wanted to. But forward airspeed, I feel, is a very good thing to have. So darker clouds, probably more rainy, stormy, which probably means more wind that we're going to be dealing with. I'm okay with that. Oh, got a downdraft there because I had not moved the stick. I am seeing some rain or snow or something through the dashboard. Okay, I'm going to slowly start losing some altitude. I'm going to try to ride this little canyon valley back down to the open. Still gaining some altitude, but I'm slowly letting down the cycling. I'm trying not to do anything too wild. I'd still rather gain than lose, if anything. If any losing, I want it to be as controlled as possible, you know. Getting some updrafts there. because that was lowering on the collective and not moving the cyclic, and we gained. I'd like to get down to 4,000 or 3,000. Don't want to throw more speed at it. Try to keep it 130-ish. I said, sorry, the commentary's kind of lackluster at the moment. Unknown areas, unknown elevations, very deep IMC. Trying to be a good cookie who gets all my passengers. There's the ground. Trying to be a good cookie who gets all my passengers to our destination. Ground is gone, but that's okay. That's okay, that's okay. See the ground again down there, but nowhere near enough to consider myself VFR. So we're going to continue on our path here. I'm going to shallow out our descent a little bit. We're at 4,000-ish now. So I'm going to try to level that off a bit till we're getting more over this greener area. Maintaining 130. Georgia plane spotting, I see you over there. I can see the ground again. Once again, don't care. The ground being there is not my priority. It's always going to be down there. Okay, I feel like we could probably drop another 1,000 feet off this right here, so we'll see if we can work down to 3,000. Slowish descent. $115. I want to speed that up a little bit. There's the ground more. 4,000, 3,900. $3,800, 3,700, 3,650, 128 knots, 3,580. Ground's much more in view now. I'll be happy at 3. 34. 3. 130 knots, 3,200. A little bit of a right turn. 3,040. Start leveling off. So we're right at 3,000-ish now. See that bumping down to 2,980. So yeah, we're right around 3,000. I can still go lower. Let's inch it down to 2,500. Losing some speed, but we're going to get that back as we descend. Descending slightly fast, so I'll add collective back to it. Push forward, collective up. I want more airspeed. 2660. Still doing 120 knots, happy with that. 2580. There we go, there's the ground. I can be a bit more VFR to the right here. Coming out of the gauges for a second. Shoo boys. I had to do on Google because SkyVector was being a cunt. I sent the sign to you, give me your honest opinion because I'm too biased. For some reason it won't let me send an email to you. Georgia Plains one, could you type it in there just to make sure that he's got it correct? Let's see your Georgia Plains spotting email, the second one. If you don't mind typing that in, or at least the first part. I don't know if it'll let you do an entire email address, but if you do the first part and then at gmail.com. Where are we at now? We're at 2140 here. About to punch back in again. So if anything, we'll play it up to 2,500 if necessary. Because it looks like we're going to be staying in above about this elevation ground. So let's get adjusted in, get ready to punch back in. Thank you, there. Thank you, thank you. Or once we land, if you want to type in whatever the beginning of your email is or whatever, and I can send that to you or something. We'll figure it out. Or you can also look up that Instagram page and check me there and we can figure it out that way. Okay, I'm going to add some elevation back in since we're going IMC again. We'll work our way up to 2,500, which is where we're at now. I don't mind more, don't want to go too much less. We can add in some power and throw some speed at her. We were down to about 115 there. VFR cruising. Get ourselves back up to the 120 area. 2,700 now, we can stay a little bit lower. We don't have to be this high up. Weird. Yeah, we'll do that. Or we'll figure the emails out or something like that. We'll make something work. $140 knots, hot damn. That's what I like to see. We're going to be skirting slightly to the left. I'd like to get back on the flight director so that way I'm not cutting too close to the to this elevated area over here. Although we can always add more altitude, that's no big deal. As we're doing now, back up to the 2500, 2600 mark. Happy with that. I've got plenty of power left, so I'll even add some to that. We can even make it up to 3000 or so. I think we're just clear of this up here though. Oh, I love this soup. It's great. I will say I do enjoy doing the IMC stuff. It's easy as shit with the synthetic vision. I'll say that, which I'm very thankful for because I have no idea what the altitudes I need to be at for a safe crossing of this area is. But doing this in VR makes me a shit ton more comfortable than I would have been having to do this in real life, trying to get this figured out, you know. Hey, look at that. Let's fly towards what we can see. But yeah, like I said, the first few times that I did attempting IFR, I mean, it really was the 56 seconds to death video. But synthetic vision definitely makes a huge difference. Outside air temperature, we are still in the positive. I like that. Oh, let's see, where's my water bottle? What's it showing? Still 49 minutes or so to destination. So what we'll do real quick, actually, we'll set down in this little field if we have the room. The beauty of the helicopter, you know. Collect this all the way down. I don't want altitude, but I'm letting it slow us down. Hey, look, you got rotor speed. Well, what do you know? Boop, 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 boop. Watch your mouth. Don't talk to me like that. Do a better job of managing them. I want to check the email with his design idea. Holy shit, do you literally not know how to manage your rotor speed? Holy fuck nuts. Chill. We weren't even descending. What are you doing? Fine, you know what I'll do? I'll do a... Instead of the straightened approach I wanted to do, we'll do a little circle down in here. Look, we're flying, buddy. Look, we're flying. We're not just descending, we're flying. Fucking silly ass VADEC. Make sure there's nothing that's going to pop up and bite us. Doesn't look like it. Wibbly wobbly, no big deal. Let's see. Oh, Tom, I got it. Came through. Multi-shot mat, helicopter around the world series, and the planet Earth. November 69 fuck wagon. Not bad. Of course, type font and everything would have to be tweaked around to make it all flow and arranged and everything, but not bad. Good start. Do they have moose in Russia? In Russia, they don't have moose. Moose have you. I don't know. I'm sure they have something fucking big out here. Let's get off the ground again. Start moving. You must be light. Plus, I want to get moving again before the conditions catch up with us. I'd hate to fucking take off in condition out of this place. I didn't even actually look at yours. I just looked at his thing right there. It looks like I got 2 from you, actually. Hey, Matt, flight plan I made. Fuel stops in order of flight. OPA, so that came through to show quoted text. I don't see an attachment. Yeah, I don't see an attachment. Once we land, I want to Google something to give you for Georgia plane spotting's idea, so I can show that to you. And who's also to say, because like I'm obviously, I don't think we're at a number of people watching and participating to warrant of purchase of a whole bunch of shirts, so I could pretty easily do a direct-to-garment printing service and just have those made. So we'd have multiple designs of different stuff, because it costs no money to have a design. It just costs the money for the printing shirt itself. Let's see, let's get some elevation, because we are about to punch in again. Plenty of power left, so we're going to take what we can. I want to keep it above 100 knots, but I want to get this climb going on. We're going to aim for the saddle to the right of this peak that's in front of us. Keep it above 100 knots. We're climbing at 800 feet per minute. I'm happy with that. Still kind of VFR, but I'm not really watching that anymore. As long as I keep my 1,000 feet per minute and above 100 knots, I'm happy. And of course, wings level. Or level enough to be aiming the way that I want to go. You know? Wings oriented correctly is the terminology I want to stick with on that. Yeah, big ass fucking mountain to our right. BAFM. Big ass fucking mountain. Into it. It's like I kind of want it just to like, I don't want to like chase altitude to be purely IMC, but I kind of just wanted to give it to me instead of like teasing me with like little views of the ground out the window. 42 minutes till destination. turn left a little bit. We're going to aim towards the coast. Of course, we're off the director, so it don't really matter. We'll keep 3,000 though. I like 3,000. Especially with the bit of elevation we're working with. Yesterday we fly over a whole bunch of water. Today I fly through a whole bunch of clouds. What's going to happen next time on Dragon Ball Z, everybody? I mean, really tomorrow or the next day or whatever will be a lot of water, some islands, but a lot of water stuff. But we should be in the 225. And that's kind of like the big water crossing helicopter that I'd prefer to use. So we should be able to maintain like a good 150 knots or so with that thing. Should move it along pretty good. 700 nautical mile range on it, so not bad. Oh, I froze for a second. Oh, bad air link. Not moving, not moving. Well, I don't know if y'all saw that, but it was super fucking wiggly there for me for a second. Kind of hang right to where I can at least have vision, because I prefer vision over no vision, given the option. Yeah, we'll run it through into stream. We'll make it work somehow. $285 liters of fuel. And 286, we'll be at 582nd now. Ooh, we are in freezing conditions. That's fun. Thank you, altitude. And I won't say I recognize where we're at, but this is part of the area that I had scouted with the albatross earlier. I recognize this lake up here, because I was checking ceilings and seeing how high the clouds actually went to where the cloud ceilings were, not just their base. Because if it was like clouds from the ground up to like 4,000 feet, then we were just going to cloud surf today. I was going to IFR and punch up through the top, but these things were getting up to like 12 to 15,000 feet, which is unfeasible. Which we've done it. We've gotten up that high, crossing Mount McKinley, and we did a bit when we crossed Rainier also. We got up to like 14,000 for Rainier. We used all of our fucking fuel and had to do a whiskey fuel stop at that little private airport in Washington State, because I wanted to be silly and fucking summon a mountain in IMC conditions. And a Bell 206 at that. 34 minutes to destination. While I wrote an email of fuel stops, there's some of the flight where around place and destination that I think would be cool to see. Oh yeah, of course. That kind of like the way I've been doing it with my Google. I've just been estimating what looks like a decent day's flight. I'm not getting too well into the mileage of it, unless it's like a big crossing. So for like doing the United States section, it's like, cool, we'll just like cross a state to a state and a half a day. that seems like a good 2 to 4 hour flight depending on the state. No big deal. And then along whatever that flight path was, I was looking within however many degrees left or right to see if there was anything that would show up as a like a cool place to drop by and see, or a cool landmark, or a national park, or are there any places that I had personal stories about or personal knowledge about. So it's kind of like I was planning the fuel stops for what I wanted the general path to be, and then I was looking for places to go past that. And if I saw something that was completely wild in a different direction, then I may or may not have adjusted the ending spots for the day for that. So it's kind of just, I don't want to say as we went, it was mildly as we went. I was pretty planned out with it, but it wasn't like a super hardcore sort of thing. Adjust my headset a little bit, don't mind the shaking. Okay, cool. Had to fly my knees there for a second. Look at this, guys, a tropical beach, and it's totally not 3 degrees Celsius outside. Swimsuit weather. Absolute swimsuit weather. This feels Washington State-ish, or summer in Alaska-ish. Rural Washington State, there would be houses out here if it was. Look at that fucking weather off the coast. Glad we're not watering today. I'll have to pre-scout tomorrow also to see what the ceilings and stuff look like, because if we can take the 225 up to altitude tomorrow and get above clouds if we need to, then we're going to do that and cloud surf the whole fucking time. One to 3 hours apart, making it good for the stream. Perfect. The way it should be. It's like, cool, some days I may do a fucking 4 or 5 hour stream. Some days I may do a 2.5 to 3. So if it's a good variation of those, then it's, it kind of gives me the freedom to do either or, depending on what my day or what my week or what my plans are outside of my, sit on the computer and stare into the blue light generator that I strapped to my face. Okay, let's see, can I... Oh, so that's all stuck on weight and balance. Sick. Cool, so pretty much no mountains left to cross except for right before we get to airport? Yeah, airport. 36 minutes. It was 32, or maybe I just misread it earlier. Maybe it was judging on my previous speed. Here, we'll shoot her up a little bit. See, I'm gonna try to stay sketchy VFR through this. Is that a building? Holy shit. They're probably like, is that a fucking helicopter? What up, guys? Good to see ya. Yeah, 30 minutes if we put cruise at 140. So we'll try to do sketchy VFR through here if we can. But if I need to, I can dive into gauges and my instruments real quick and throw a little bit of altitude at it. But right here, it looks like I can see a horizon line up ahead. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Love it. Also, staying low is good, because right now we're currently at 2 degrees Celsius, and if we go much higher, we can get into icing. I'd prefer that not to be a thing. Is that somewhere different on this one? There's a pitot heap that I've clicked on the 125 at least. Apparently that doesn't exist here. Just automatically turns on, I guess. Yeah. Limit. I see you there, Georgia Plain Spotting. We're going sketchy VFR. I'll check in just a bit. Here, let's do sketchy VFR and cell phone while driving. Random Russian household, 7 hours away from any town. They have to ride a sled pulled by a fucking Siberian husky to get anywhere. And probably living their fucking best life too. They're probably happy. .47 liters of fuel left for 29 minutes. I think we're more than good. Unless we happen to catch an AK-47 round through a tank. I'm not expecting that. .140 knots. What a beautiful thing. Absolutely lovely. Get back on the director now that we're basically dead over the line. And we're just east, or just west of the line right now. I'm gonna be so happy to not see snow again until we get to Nepal. I'm gonna be so fucking happy to not see snow. Like, once we get out of here, I think the only snow we're going to see maybe on Fuji. Alright, we'll see it on the islands. Down here, of course, because it's part of fucking Russia. Maybe snow caps on a couple of the Japanese islands. But I think we're going to be snow-free again until we get to Nepal. And then we'll have a bit of snow through, like, the stands, Pakistan, Afghanistan. Out there because they're pretty mountainous. Then after that we probably won't have any until the Alps, and then no more until the Iceland, Greenland, Canadian crossing. And then once we get down through Canada, there might be a little bit up there, but that's still like 2 months away, so it'll probably be mostly gone by then, I would assume. And then that would be it. Very few days left of snow. And the most annoying one will just be the Greenland crossing because it's just a giant fucking sheet of ice. We're definitely below elevation here for our current heading. So we're just going to slowly do an increase. Like 300 feet per minute or so. Probably 400. We're moving pretty quick. Stretch my back and push down into the terrain. Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. 25 minutes till destination at current pace. Which is about the best pace that we can have, really. Like, I could step a little bit more, but don't really need to. slowing down a bit, but I think as long as I keep that under 30 minutes, I'll be happy. Oh. What time is it? 11 o'clock, not too bad. From, airport down to whatever that, either that first or second island that has an airport down there. What's our flight time for that? At 130 knots. If you don't mind doing a check on that. What's ground speed? 143 knots. So we got about a 6-knot tailwind. Hour 30, not bad. What's the code for that airport? Because once we land, I'll see if I can get my glass cockpit to play friendly with me. See if I can get it to type in and give us a direct to. Because if I can do that, then we can just stick in this helicopter and just top off on fuel and take the heading and go. Oh my god. Green trees? We're just snow dusting? Oh, my heart. 148 knots, hell yeah. Know your Joe, what's going on, dude? Welcome. How do I read the chat? I have my cell phone sitting next to me on my side table and I look under the visor. I haven't downloaded a program to do the chat reading because I don't want to risk it messing up with anything else with how much I've had to fight this fucking thing. So I just kind of look over and read chat underneath, kind of like in that little gap between my nose and the headset. Which I know there are plugins where it works or whatever, but I also don't know if that's a virtual desktop thing, or if that's a PC VR thing, or if that's like a Steam games thing, or... I don't know. I don't want to read too much into it. I know of some people who use different programs for it, but for me it's like, I'm stick wiggling anyway, so I can't really look away without putting myself, I don't want to say at risk, but I only really check whenever I'm at a place where I'm not worried about running into anything. So indicate the code, but it's the second cluster of the islands. There's an island with an island in that island that has a volcano on it. Yeah, don't fix it if it ain't broken, exactly. I had the a Google Pixel, and I had the Google wireless charging stand, Pixel stand, whatever it is. So I just unplug it because I don't like charging my phone for no reason. So I just unplug the stand and set it here on my table so it just sits up vertically, and as long as I have like a 50% battery or more by the time we're doing this, then by the time we end the stream, it's usually at 25%. So water that's not frozen. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not going to go off director. We're going to stick on director. So we may punch again. But we have synthetic vision. I'm slowly gaining altitude. We'll try to cut this cliff ridge, whatever you like to call it, up here as close as... Well, we're going to have another hill behind that. So we'll keep like a 500 to 700 foot per minute climb. And that should clear us from that. We got a little bit of torque to spare, so we'll try to keep speeds 110 and above. Currently 122 with good climb speed, so I like that. But we may be IMC here for just a second. Oop, a little bit of wind coming from the southeast. And once we get closer to the soup, I'll get more and more into the instruments. So that way I don't get too thrown off if a punch happens. No, after doing all this today, I kind of feel like if I'm feeling shenanigans afterwards, that I may just set like a fog, like a super dense fog level from ground until 1,000 feet or so. And then just do IFR departure procedures. Like minimums be damned IFR departure procedures, you know? Different helicopter. We were in the 130. It's called a Ring C. Ancient monotheism. That's a new person in chat. What's going on, guy? Perfect. I solely fly helicopter in 2020 and 2024 these days. Hell yeah, that's all I do. Although, disclaimer, I did hop in a jet before this stream, the L-39, because we are in eastern Russia and there's really no weather data, so I kind of did like a quick little scouting pass out here beforehand just to see what our ceilings and bases and stuff look like. And I could do it at 300, 400 miles per hour instead of like 60, so I'll still pop a plane every once in a while in here, but I literally just fly helicopters. My peripherals are, I have a cyclic, a collective, and pedals, and all helicopter controls. I don't even have fixed wing controls. Volcano is called Vulcan Chemistry. Why does everything look like Kermit with extra letters at the end of it? Currently showing 15 minutes till aeropuerto. Aeropuerto, that's Spanish. Aeroport. Capital O, lowercase o. I'll kind of chill us at 140. But yeah, this is still an Airbus like yesterday, but we're doing the 130, which is a single engine helicopter with only one row of seating in the back instead of two rows like the 145. Yeah, Ancient Monotheism, welcome. Haven't seen your name in here before, glad you're here. We're currently on day 18. We're heading south through that peninsula on the east coast of Russia, that kind of like where the Alaskan tail kind of comes out and pokes into. Whatever that peninsula is officially called, we're on that, getting near the south end of that. Tomorrow we should be doing the island chain south of that and ending in Japan. We're doing like 2 to 4 hours a day of flying. Depending on how I feel afterwards, we do some shenanigans afterwards. So yeah, welcome to the chat, Ancient Monotheism. Is the town actually called Ooh? No, it's called something else, but it's like two giant fucking names if I remember correctly. I wasn't even going to attempt to say them or pronounce them or butcher them like I'm doing most of the names for this area. So, there's that. Trying to be somewhat nice to it. Somewhat respectful to the Russian towns that work so hard to come up with unique names for their villages. Went from 10 viewers to 5. Beautiful. Ooh, more green trees. Hell yeah. I'll tell you what though, I am hungry every fucking night when we do this. I'm gonna cut right now. I hit my weight goal for the bulk, and I'm cutting back right now. And I am just hungry all the time. Which, oh well, you know, whatever. I'll have abs whenever I go to the beach and on the boat and doing all my scuba diving, and maybe I'll attract a mate. But, until then I'm just fucking angry and hungry all the time. 13 minutes? Oh my god. We just have this one large hill in front of us, hiding behind some mountains. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to saddle the right side of it here. You can see through the synthetic vision we have that pretty aggressive peak there. So instead of dealing with that, I'm going to deal with the slightly less aggressive saddle between these two mountains. Which, off director, but I'm on a permanent bulk. Pestrol Klopsles Kamishkeski. Yeah, dude, scuba's fucking fun. The way I tell people about scuba, it's like when you're at depth. Like, I've done some stuff in pools with people or whatever, and like they freak out, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like, if you're freaking out in the pool, we're only like 7 feet deep. Just go to the surface. It's easy. You don't have to worry about saturation at 7 feet unless you're down there for days, really. For an unrealistic amount of time. But when you're actually ocean diving or whatever in like Panama City, when I'm down there, it's usually anywhere from 80 to 120 feet, depending on which wreck sites we go to. It's like, cool, if something goes wrong down there, you cannot just emergency escape to the surface because you'll get the bends. So you have to do your safety stop on the way back up. So it's like, cool, if you get seasick on the surface and you go down low and then you finally feel like you need to throw up but you're on the bottom, you throw up through your regulator. If something happens where your regulator gets pushed out of your mouth, you know that, cool, the best thing to do is stay calm and not freak out. You either grab your emergency regulator, which is mounted different than where your mouth one would be, or you have different recovery procedures to get your regulator back, where it's like different swiping methods with your right arm to get it, or if you're near your buddy, like you should be, you can recover their regulator and have them help you get yours or whatever. So it's a very good tool and lesson to help teach people to remain calm in a situation where if you freak out and you don't remain calm, you could die. And like, that makes it sound rather intimidating to some people, but all you do scuba diving is just, you go down and you breathe. That's it. You go to the depth that you're going to and you just breathe. And the easier that you breathe, the better you are at chilling when you breathe, the longer you can stay down there and enjoy it. So it's like, it's a very good tool in itself to learn self-control, mental control. I don't want to be like total mind-body control master, but it really is. You know, it's a good way to learn to remain calm in situations, to think things through, and to not freak out, even if it's something that's a more aggressively dangerous sort of situation. I'm sure just knowledge that I've gotten from diving has helped me out in different times. When it has, I really couldn't tell you. But it's a very good exercise in just learning to relax, and you get to see some cool stuff and do some cool things and do something more on vacation than just sitting around. So looks like we got another 500 to 1,000 foot to gain or so to clear this. But we're good. This will be our last little soup punch for the day. Or not for the day, for this this leg, because we're going to go down to the island. $150 liters of fuel left. 3,100 feet climbing, or no, 3,700. I'm sorry, it's just far enough away to where I couldn't make that legible. We'll see if we get up to like 45 and see if that clears us. If not, we'll do 5. Or we could just shoot for 5 and call that happy, because I think that'd be more than enough. But we're full IMC currently. We're going to keep our forward airspeed above 110 knots. I've got, oh, there's some ground out to the left, to my right, but I'm not going to trust that. I'm living in the instruments regardless of what I see over there. It's just a good peripheral thing to have currently. 4,700. It looks like our horizon line is just about making that peak area. So we'll push up to like 52 to 5,500. We're climbing at 800 feet per minute there. Not quite necessary. We'll drop it down to like 500 to 600 feet per minute. Can see some ground below me, but then again, I'm not living on VFR. I'm considering us full IFR right now, because we pretty much fucking are. If you're trying to fly by the ground on this, you're fucking stupid. Synthetic vision is definitely saving it right now, because I do not know the terrain here. Turn a little bit to where I can see this green here in the trough, and we're going to level off here about 5,900 or so and push through. I'll lean back in my seat now, enjoy the flight through. Got a little bit of torque to play. No, not really. We're right on limits. Maintain the speed, maintain the altitude, despite a little bit of wind pushing us around. But we got enough altitude right now. As long as we stay on this course, we're good to go. So I don't want to try to summit one of the mountains to my left or to my right. I just want to cut through their little trough here, their little saddle. And once we get through this, we'll kind of start a descent down to the south a bit, because we're heading southwest currently. Losing altitude, not happy with that. Keep it around 6,000 or so. Nope, no losing yet. You can see the ground below us. Again, I don't care. I'm living in the instruments. believe I see what's marked as the airport to our south over here on the flight director, or on the synthetic vision. I can see the black spots on the ground, which are typically indications of man-made objects or roads or runways or something along those lines. Down to 5,900 or something. We got a few mountain ridges to kind of avoid here, so I'm not going to go too much lower. I can see them below us a bit. Shooting at 140 knots, 147 ground speed, so we got about a 9 to 10 mile an hour tailwind. Not bad. Don't want to lose any more for right now until I get over this ridge area. I see some comets over there, but I'll get to those in a second once we're clear of all of this. I can zoom in a couple of clicks there now. Playing half VFR, half IFR right here. I can see, but I can't really tell where I'm at. I just know which way is down, and I'm going to keep playing that to my advantage as a good way to keep my distance from the ground. But we're clear-ish enough to where I can look at the phone. Oh, no, I'm still just the scuba comets. Re-update that real quick, yeah. Put you back down. Oh my god, blue skies, what the hell? And we do have more of an airport to our right, but I want to go to the airport. It looks very helicopter specific, so we're going to do that. Have a horizon line out here, that's good to see. Do a little bit of a right turn. Let's see. A lot of instrument today, boys. A lot of instrument. Not mad at it. It's fun. It's a challenge. It's something different. Relatively easy with a synthetic vision. As long as you know not to like get your fucking head out of it. You start getting out around here where you're just in the soup and you're lost, you know. Especially without having any sort of motion on the platform. To where I can like feel any sort of G's, but even then if it's a 1G maneuver, you're not going to know if you're upside down or right side up, you know. So there's that you have to look out for. Stretching my back a little bit. Let's see. Close. That's what I like to see. Let's pop that in a couple more clicks. You can still see my directive line at the top left. Back to the green trees, the good old stuff. It's a whole 5 degrees Celsius out here. Hope you guys brought your tank tops. Once we get down here, I need to stand up and stretch. Let everybody run into the FBO and get a snack or something. Showing 3 minutes till destination. 2.5 minutes till destination. I'm losing a little bit of speed so it's not counting down as quickly because it's still 2.5 minutes. We have some torque. Let's lean back into it a little bit. We've been flying in the yellow all day. Why stop now? Do a little bit of hill in front of us up here. I don't know if we're going to be on the other side of that or not. But it looks like it may be just clear enough to do like a sketchy VFR over it. I don't know, maybe on this side of it. Looks like the lake that's in front of us and off to the left there looks like we're to the right of that lake. So, airport. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Fuckwagon. We are about 2 miles to your northwest right now. We are inbound for, I think, 1-4. I think that's what I remember seeing on it. Or just inbound for ramp. Either way, we'll see in a second. Airport. Aeroport. What a dumb name. Russia really needs to work on their naming of places. Okay, let's see. Over this river. It's right up here. Looks like this is our little airport here in front of us. Beep, 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 beep. I hear you. You're literally the worst FADEX system in the world. Oh, hell yeah, we got some industry over here, boys. Look at that. Smokestack. Could have swore there's like a 1-4 here. Maybe I'm thinking of something different. There's some place that I had like scouted out that had like a very helicopter specific spot. See, fuel farms downhill over here. Oh yeah, see there's all the little helicopter spots and stuff here on the other side of the airport. Wind's coming at us here. Just because I don't want to do a sloped landing, we're just going to kind of set it here on this taxiway and call that good. Oop, don't stutter on me now. Maybe they have different sort of helicopters that can land on slopes like that. Cool, on the ground, let's turn this down. Oh, stretch my back some. Okay guys, welcome to Airport. This horn. Oh no, I can't hear you no more. What I'll do, I'm just going to shut down real quick. And we'll hop out to the map and pop another flight plan in. Or wait, maybe I can do... But we don't know the freaking airport code to that one. That's the problem. Okay, yeah. We'll do a shutdown real quick. And, we'll hop out real quick, throw a new flight plan in back on the main thing, and bada bing, bada boom, you know? There's no way you're at 252 still. I mean, maybe. Engine's off, yeah. Generator's off. Fuel's off. Fuel valve is off. How are you at 252? Do we have wind? Is wind a thing here? The rotor brake doesn't work. Can I throw a lot of collective at it to slow it down? Without taking us off? I'm just trying to slow us down. The engine's literally turned off. Like, you should not be maintaining any sort of rotor RPM. Yo, how are you gaining RPM? Okay, anyways. Engine's turned off. I don't care what they say. Shift C. Escape. We made it to ooh. End flight. So we're at least locked in here. So we want to get down to... Is this the one that has the volcano? Let me go to my Google Maps real quick and look. Yeah, that rotor's fucking got a hell of an inertia system in it. It's got like the little ballerina thing where like it brings its little arms in so it speeds up even though you're like, no, I let off, what are you doing? Okay, let's see, volcano thing. Okay, you said... But on the second cluster of islands, there is an island with an island in that island that has a volcano on it. So second cluster of islands? Oh yeah, that'll be on tomorrow's things for sure. I want to hit this first, well, really like the second island, the first big island, whatever. But yeah, do the O0, whatever it's called. That looks cool as shit. So if anybody's wondering what he's talking about this right here. So we'll be seeing that tomorrow. If you're interested in that, we'll be here. This is our airport that we're heading to. Yeah, so this is the one with the 1-4 that I was thinking about. Okay, cool. So set as arrival. Our departure is going to be ooh. We're currently down here by the fuel box. It says departure. On ground shutdown. Do we still want to do the 130 for this this second half, or do we want to change since I'm out of it right now? You guys work that out. I'm going to go use the FBO's little pilot's room for a second. Joe, adios. Good seeing you. We'll see you next time eventually or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna do the 66, but it doesn't have the startup procedure thing, which is annoying to me. Let's see. Do this here. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go run to the little pilot's room in the FBO. Okay, back in. So let's get this comments back up. Haven't done the MD yet. Oh man, we did for like a half day, but it was not kind to me with the technology. Let's see, MD. I'll tell you what, I've been in a very big watch mood today, so we're going to do the Breitling V2. When I say I've been in a very big watch mood, I've spent most of my day looking at fucking watches online. Should have plenty of range. What we can always do, we can always put this airport as a midpoint, depending on what the fuel situation looks like, but I think we got more than enough. Let this load in for a second. See what the hills look like here. Maybe we follow the coast on this, because it's a very shallow around, so maybe only a few minutes more. Cool. Well, let me set this up to flight planner, center on aircraft. Put it on like a do a 7 mile. Sick. That way we can pull that up if we need to. Okay. Welcome back to the second leg of tonight's flight. We are going from Airport to some island. And that island's airport is called Vertdron. Come on, give me my livery. Paid good money for that. Hey, there we go. Sick. Scratch and itch. Get all that out of the way. Shift C puts us in the pilot seat. When I say the pilot seat, I mean dead square in the middle of the fucking helicopter for some reason. Let's see. Scoot back. In the seat. Maybe a little bit to the right. Okay, that feels good enough. Cool. Cool. No buttons or anything up here. We have to get straight down to battery. All that's up and moving. Got lights and cameras and actions and everything. Go get this start pump on. Fuel valve is pushed in, so we're good on that. Anti-collision lights, so we keep any silly Russians out of our rotor system. All that's good. I've got a starter button on my cyclic. I'm going to click that. Watch our numbers go up. Rotate my throttles. Click this into idle. Once we get N1 up into the green, we can click a Jenny. Generator on. Pitot heat on. Position lights on. Anti-ice definitely on. Start pump can go off. Taxi light. Oop. It's already got us an efficient range, but I'm going to turn my throttle all the way up to not mess with that any. Weird. Click into those. Cool. Ooh, tower. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey, call sign Falkwagon. We're down here at your fuel station, and we're going to be departing to the south to follow the follow your little coastline around, you know. So adios. Good talking to you. It's been fun. A little bit of a slope landing type thing, slope takeoff. Got a little mountain there to get up cheater brackets off. And off we go into the wild gray yonder. Hope everybody enjoyed their break at the FBO. If you didn't make it back on the helicopter, I hope you're hanging on. We're at 70% torque climbing out of here. Not too bad. Maintain 60 knots in that climb out of there. We'll just follow the fucking flight director. We'll just stay online. No big deal. We have a little jetpack. MYS Cruisenstern Spa 0 and 1. Cruisenstern School. Cruisenstern. Not close enough. I'm relatively confident with that pronunciation. Rain is going to be rain for us, that's for sure. Gotta love the MD though, this thing's a fucking rocket ship. Very easy to overspeed. And get into a, what would be retreating edge blade stall, but I don't think they have it modeled. At least not that I've been able to find. Yeah, moving along again. Let's see, almost over this little bay or lake or whatever it is. Definitely dark road to the right, that's for sure. Looks nasty over there. Doesn't look much better, but it's better nonetheless. ETE's on my top right there, and 1 hour 41 minutes away. At current speed, which is slow because I'm trying to lean down and look into it. So maybe an hour and a half or so. About what you were saying. And even at an hour 40, that's not too bad of a deal. Not bad at all. I love watching my altitude line on the freaking on the synthetic vision. Cool, am I clear? No, not yet, you know. Still got a few more feet to get over that ridge. the stuff I want to see. I have like a love-hate relationship with Breitlings. I kind of want one, but none of them scream at me like some other watches do. So I was like, yeah, they're possible to be on the list, but and when you put it next to some other ones, it's definitely leaning towards the other ones. Although a Navitimer would be cool because it was kind of built for piloting stuff, but it's just a busy looking fucking watch. I don't know if it'd be worth it. I don't know how often I would use that actual feature. I think it only does kilometers on it, which no big deal if I was overseas, but here in America, I'm going to do a lot of miles. I definitely want like a birth year Submariner, which would be cool. You know, I've already got a Submariner type watch. It's not a sub though. That $7,000 could be better spent doing other stuff. So I got a Submariner type watch, and that was not cheap, but significantly cheaper. Not a clone or a replica or a rip-off of another brand inspired by, but definitely inspired off like old case styles and stuff, like a no-date dome crystal sort of look. But a birth year sub would be cool. But I don't have that itch for the birth year sub right now, since I have that watch that is that style, that look. A birth year Rolex Explorer 2 with the polar face is on the list. And I want one of those because it's a GMT or a GMT Master, but I don't care for them that much. And the reason I want one of those, or a GMT in general, is just to have a UTC time hand, or a GMT hand that I can set to UTC time. So when I'm listening to METARs and other sort of things, or whatever for flying, I'll be easier able to do that without having to do math. That's the big thing for me. I don't have to be like, oh man, UTC is -5 here, -4 here, +7 here. I just want to have a fucking hand on UTC time and call that good. So, that's my reasoning. I'm justifying it for myself to get one of those. Which it's not a huge investment. Yeah, it's a few $1,000, but it's worth it. It holds its value, something I'll never get rid of, and if for some reason if I had to get rid of it, guess what? It's still worth that much money. So, not that terrible of a thing, but I've been looking at watches hard today for some reason. Don't know why. No more snow. Eight, 9 people in here. What's up, guys? Glad to see you guys in here. Got Georgia Plane Spotting in here. Got Tom in here. Nigger Joe had to adios for the night. We're currently working our way from Aeroport on the southern end of the peninsula on the east coast of Russia. We're heading down to that second island to, and another cool name for the airport. I already forgot what it was, but, we're doing that in MD 500. First leg of today, we did in the Airbus H130, but we stopped so we could all run into the FBO to use the little pilot's room and grab some hydration and such. But we figured we'd hop in the MD 500 and do the second half of the leg today. Estimated time of arrival, about an hour. And I know I'm going to be wiggly here for a few seconds, but if this is your first time viewing, or watching me stream in particular, the peripherals that I have, which are my cyclic collective and pedals, don't have a self-centering feature, and I have them set up very, very loose. Well, my pedals stay in place wherever I leave them. Cyclic, or collective stays in place wherever I leave it. But my cyclic I have very loose, because I don't want to... I want the ability to overcorrect, to teach myself to not overcorrect and put myself in a PIO situation. I kind of run it loose as a way to train myself out of bad habits, I think, if that makes sense. But, anyways, yeah, it doesn't self-center with it being loose when I wiggle around to adjust my seating position or to lean in to read a screen or an instrument that's just out of focus with the VR rendering distances. Sometimes it makes us wobble around a little bit, so... You're over here on the southern tip of this peninsula, and it actually finally looks kind of fucking cool compared to the rest of Siberia. Vertdron, yeah, that's it. Vertdron. Vertdron. Some Russian things sound pretty fucking cool. Pretty stout mountains here as well. Good for them finally having something that looks decent. It's not just Siberia. Also, it's a bit out of the way, depending on how quickly we get through the next month or so. We may, when we go back up through Russia, or not up through Russia, but across the Mediterranean from Benghazi up to Greece. Depending on what the days look like and times look like and stuff, I kind of want to bounce around Europe a little bit. So maybe we'll touch Western Russia and swing over towards Moscow. Just to see, like, the good stuff Russia has to offer, you know? I've been so critical of Siberia, which I know Western Russia's got a lot of beautiful areas out there. Which, I mean, this right here is cool, but I mean, it's just kind of like inaccessible Russia. Because I don't think anybody except for like shipping stuff really happens out here. And even then, I don't think they do much. Because I don't think there's really anything connecting other than some like very shoddy roads connecting this side of Russia to the other side of Russia. It's almost a different country. It's honestly amazing that it's still the same country out here. Because it's so far away in such a different realm of living and lifestyle and how they operate and do things. But I don't even think there's like a major railway between this coast and Western Russia, which is why they were pretty big on wanting access to those ports and areas over there on the west, because that allows them to bring stuff in more naturally instead of going up through the Arctic to bring stuff in through their northern ocean border. Pretty aggressive fucking mountain here in front of us that we gotta go through, it looks like. We'll probably hang a little bit to the west of it though. Seems to be our better option. Try to stretch my back a little bit so we're wobbly there. Sorry about that. Lean back into it a little bit. Definitely gonna need a little bit of altitude here. Not a terrible bit, but a little bit. About an hour left. 1 hour, 12 minutes is what it's telling me right now. Distance 138.4 nautical miles. But once we gain this altitude and we start on the downhill side, we'll probably cut that down to like an hour or so, because we'll be cruising 120 plus knots. But right now we're on the climb, so we're sacrificing that power for altitude instead of speed. Hey, there's a little road here. What's up, guys? What are y'all doing all the way up here? Power lines? Holy shit. Mental. Absolutely wild. Yeah, we're taking down the time. It's already saying an hour and 2 minutes because we're at 115 knots now, so it's picking back up pretty good. Little building down there. Look at you. Not a huge mountain, not a huge hill. We're only at 4,500 feet. I'm assuming 4,500 feet. Oh yeah, I'm going to be aiming for the 130, 135 cruise. The way this is built into the game, though, it's fucking powerful, and it'll push up into that 150 round easily. So right here, we're already doing 130. We'll do another hill past this one. It's kind of obscured by our friends, the IMCs in front of us. But something about the MD just makes me want to fly low to the ground. Some of the other helicopters I don't mind getting up and getting high with it, but yeah, V&E 152. Do not exceed. Stick my head out the window here. Sound effect for the wind. I guess I'll start looking on Marketplace for good gaming chairs or better office chairs or something. Set this up on a fucking recliner. It's almost like I don't mind losing the airspeed with this. Going up the side of a mountain. Just because I'd much rather enjoy the close to the ground agileness of this. Definitely not the smart move when you're thinking about engine failures or malfunctions or anything, but we live a wild world here on multi-shot mat in the no repercussion simulator. That is for damn sure. Plus, like, the ground looks better at the lower altitudes, obviously. Like, you can put altitude in here, and of course right now we'd be dealing with a decently low ceiling. You could put altitude in, but then you lose all the detail and stuff, and it just doesn't look as good. But you're already dealing with just black and white monochromeness of dealing with snowy areas right now. So being low does help a good bit with that. It makes it a bit more exciting than just, like I said, the monochrome nature of what it's been for the past couple of days. I've debated on looking for, I was very, very interested in like just trying to find an R22 seat or R44 seat. Because it's like, I mean, that's what my sim setup is modeled after anyways, at 44. Let's see. Ace said, hey, where are you, server, etc. Can I join you? I am public live, whatever it is, on Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. We're currently on the far south of that peninsula or whatever, in the eastern side of Russia. The name, let me do slide with altitude real quick. My name in the server or whatever is this right here, the Paseo Ranger. So that's me there. So if you want to hop in, I am sitting in my fucking dashboard. I forgot it does that. That's annoying. Just try not to crash. Not bad. We'll take it. But yeah, feel free to join. For any and all of my cruising for this journey, anybody who's watching is more than welcome to a hop in. As far as the servers, I know they have different servers or whatever. I've only joined like one other person, and I don't even know if they joined me or I joined them. Yeah, if you can find me, you are more than welcome to come fly. Like I said, the other guys in the chat here can probably help point you a bit more accurately to where I am in more live time. Yeah, and I would have to build even if I were just to get the seat cushions or whatever, I'd have to get or I'd have to fabricate a mount, which isn't that big of a deal. You know, that'd make for a good video for the channel. Being multi-shot mat is kind of not supposed to be me streaming helicopter simulator. It's supposed to be me building and making stuff with my hands, but it's, you know the story, so. Let's see, how much more altitude do we need up here? It's not that high, not that bad. Kind of half VFR, half IFR, but that's part of the reason of flying lower with the MD. I don't want to say I'm more reckless, but I'm definitely more risky. A risky feeling with the MD, I think. And so what I think I'll do now for Ace and others, whenever I start and I see what, because I want to say it has a couple of different servers that it can stick you in. We need to go almost full IMC here because the mountain is white and it blends in very, very fucking well with everything else. But we're losing our forward airspeed, so I'm going to lean into that a little bit more. Okay, cool, we're taking that. Should be fine. Especially because I can see the mountain now. Like I said, more risky. What server, brother, I could not tell you. I live in Georgia, so I don't know if it's going to put me in like a southeastern US sort of server thing. I don't know how that works. I don't know if you can... If you're on the Steam version, I don't think you can cross-play. I think you have to be in the Microsoft or Xbox purchased versions. But if you give me a second, once I get out of this exciting pocket of weather down to somewhere flat, I'll pause, or I'll land and pause and see if I can figure out what server I'm in. But like I said, I couldn't tell you. I'll do that in the future though, for the next streams. What I'll do, I'll figure out what server I'm on and I'll put it in the description of the videos when we start. So hopefully when somebody like you comes back or whatever, yeah, I would assume Southeast US, Eastern US. Because I think the servers are based on where you live. I don't think it's based on where you're flying. It's based on where I'm flying, and it's fucking Eastern Russia. For all 4 people who have gaming PCs out there. Yeah, also, I am flying through this shit right now, so there's really no place for me to... We're in mountains and wooded areas, so I really don't have anywhere to set down. Like, that's not even level there. So I don't really have any place to set down to see if I can point you in the right direction. Settings and online. Copy that. Once I'm not over a fucking rainy, foggy forest, I'll sit down and do it. Because when I pause in VR and it respawns me in, it shifts the helicopter around pretty drastically and moves me in the cockpit. So I don't want to risk that currently. Taxi lights off, those are kind of annoying. I could see them in the fog. Maybe here? Let's see. Give me a second, Ace. I'm going to see if we can set down here, see what the terrain looks like. Let me come uphill a little bit. Okay. Escape. Settings. Online. Automatic North Europe is what it's showing me right now. 138 milliseconds. Let's see. Resume. Okay, get that held still. Let me scoot back in my seating position. Yeah, I don't know why it has me in North Europe or whatever I said it was, but that's where it has me. Let's see, I'm gonna set my phone down for a second. Take a sip of water while we're here, then we have to do a fucking IFR below minimums departure out of fucking trees. You boys want to see some fucking piloting? Then you're gonna see some fucking piloting. You gonna be spawning airborne, or are you going to try to start in the field here next to me or whatever? I'll give you a few seconds to let me know. It gives me a chance to stretch my back a little bit. $114 miles until destination. What I'm going to do, I'm going to work down to the opposite end of this field. So I can have more of a running start. I'd rather have speed up before getting into the condition, you know? This fucking sucks. What do you think, Tom? Would you fly in this in real life? You think this is below minimums? Yeah, like I said, if you look at the that peninsula that's on the east side of Russia, that's what I look like there. And sadly with VR I cannot adjust that map around any, but that's what you're looking at. "13 people watching. What's up, everybody? Feel free to say hey." R22 with no artificial horizon. Perfect. Like, why would you even need that? That's silly. Okay, Ace, I'm gonna get going. Let's pick up here. Get some forward momentum going. Still good on the torque. Pushing through. What a fucking wild departure. Couldn't see shit. We 100%ed out for it a bit. Name was Paseo Ranger. P-A-S-E-O. Oh. I can't read that. I'm fucking busy right now. I shouldn't be reading that. Yeah, it just said North Server 138 milliseconds. Or North Europe was the server. Or Northern Europe. 138 ms. I assume that's millisecond by ping. Or whatever. I apologize if I'm not too much of a help. Despite me running a VR simulator setup here doing this, that's about my limits of what I can do on a computer. I've just never really looked into that stuff that much, and I've never put too much thought behind figuring all that out, so I really couldn't tell you much past that. I don't know if I'm even doing PCVR or virtual machine. I have no clue. Or virtual desktop or whatever it's called. Some more altitude at this. I wonder if it's giving me the Northern Europe server because I'm on Starlink and it's not a land-based thing. Curious. Kind of horizon out in front of me, that's nice. Yeah, Northern Europe's what the server says. Yeah, rain and all that shit hitting a blade at that speed, not fun. And ice pelts up on it, or the snow will pelt up on it, make an ice layer, and throw off weight, or ruin the actual surface of the blade itself. And some bigger ones will have heated blade setups and whatever, but not an R22. Not an MD. Not really made for this sort of thing, you know? Holy shit, it's not raining. It will be in a second, but it's not raining right now. Ooh, getting close to BAE there. Readjusting my seating position. Get the wibbly wobblies going and get out of it. So what you're saying, when I'm ready to repaint the blades, I just go fly through the rain to save some time instead of sandpapering it. Which really, when it's sandpaper, it'd be a paint remover to get any paint off, or whatever finish. That's not even my job. That would be whatever Part 145 shop that does overhaul and repairs and refinishing and stuff on blades. That'd be their responsibility. Distance 103, just over an hour. Because we're going just under 100 knots. Same with salt spray, yeah. Dude, I worked on when I was working at the MRO shop that did overhaul stuff, we had a handful of like fuel components and stuff that came. I mean, we had some landing gear shit that was bad too, but I wasn't working in the landing gear shop a lot. I did a lot of the fuel components, electronics, Um, like fuel valves, fuel pumps, magnetos, electric landing gear motors. And I kind of touched some other stuff, but I didn't do too much in the hydraulic side of things. But we had some planes that were like ocean crossers or saltwater crossers going from like Florida to the islands and stuff like that. God, the corrosion is bad on some of those salt water. It's just fucking death. Every couple hundred hours you have to repaint the plates. Goodness. Did y'all ever... Did I see that y'all did a sandbar thing where y'all went out and landed on a sandbar? Or was that something else that I'm thinking of? I know some heli tours will do a sandbar landing. But I don't remember if I saw that on the website for Ocean View or not. Oh yeah, also, since we're here, today's episode is sponsored by Georgia Plane Spotting. If you want to see planes spotted in Georgia, or planes spotted out of Georgia by somebody who lives in Georgia, Georgia Plane Spotting, he's our mod here. And also Ocean View Helicopters. Down in Australia, if you're ever down there and you need to do helicopter tour type things on the Sunshine Coast, in the Sunshine Coast, hit up Ocean View Helicopters. They're the only people that I trust in Australia. I see you comment. I think you said, yeah, we do down there, Tom. But I'm back in the soup, so I'm not going to look at the comments. Yeah, just to be clear, that y'all aren't actually sponsoring me. Y'all are just homies, so I'm going to shout you out. Ocean View Helicopters completely does not endorse my safe and legal flying procedures followed here in the No Repercussions Simulator 2024. But if I do go down there, I am going to visit Ocean View Helicopters because they seem fucking cool. The reviews look great. The tour patterns that they have listed on the website look great. So that's who I'll be using given the opportunity. Basically, if you were to put up independent research into helicopter tours in that area, they should be on the top of your list because if you do your independent research, they are the top of the list. So finally grabbing some speed back, 130 knots, let's go. Definitely doing safe flying. Definitely don't like losing trees out of my sight even at 120 feet above the cliff. Usually this place spotted in Georgia. Was the only time we spotted outside of Georgia was in Asheville. Yeah, if you come to the U.S., you're more than welcome. More than welcome to fly the sim. It ain't that exciting, but I know as soon as I fucking invite somebody else to do it, the VR and everything's just like, well, you know what? We're gonna need like 37 updates today. Honestly, I think the one to do now would be, as far as our little group here, I think Know Your Joe's going to have a pretty solid fucking setup when he gets his setup finished. I think he said he already has a motion platform built for it. And he'll be running a stouter graphics card and everything. I think he's got Bitbull controls that he's going to be using as well, so I'm excited to see what his setup turns into. So I don't know what it's like in Australia, but here in America we have a thing called Spanglish, where we kind of speak English and we can kind of speak Spanish with some words. This is kind of how I feel with what I'm flying in right now. Like, I'm flying VFR right now, but in a moment's notice, I'm IMC and pulling up to give myself a little bit of playroom. Then it clears up, then I'm back in VFR not VFR conditions, but I'm back in VFR again. This is like the IMC or the VFR, IFR, see, like right here. No fucking clue. So, back to 1,000 foot per minute climb. Go straight for a bit. Now the horizon's coming back, so I'm lowering back down a little bit again. It is just a fucking guessing game for me here. Oh, you lost internet? Damn. But either way, dude, it fucking... If you're not subscribed already, subscribe, because I have another 80 to 100 days left of my Flying Around the World series. So you're missing out on some just very shitty weather flying right now, because I'm flying live weather for all of this. But we got a whole bunch. We're in fucking southeast Russia right now. We'll be in Japan in like 2 days. There'll be good flying in Japan. After that, fucking Indonesia, getting down to Australia, then back up through Indonesia. Or well, really Papua New Guinea, fucking Thailand, exploring the mountains out there, Himalayas, Burma, all those areas out there, going through fucking all the war zone, Afghanistan, Iraq. Like, there's so much fucking flying we got going on, so even if you can't fly today, like I said, I'll be putting my server in the description from now on, as well as the gamer tag or whatever, so that way people can find me to fly along. Like I said, even if you miss it today, it's not that fucking big of a deal, because there's a lot left. We have a lot of flying left to do in this series. We have another 200 hours left of flying to do in this series, so you're not missing out on a lot, you know. You're missing out on flying in the soup unless you turn your weather off, live weather. Because like I said, right now I'm kind of doing the Spanglish version of IFR, VFR stuff. I can see the ground 1 second, I can't the next, and I'm just kind of adjusting as we go. Can I read this message before we go IMC again? We may or may not become an attack helicopter in the Middle East. I want to say that one of the versions of the H-145 has functional guns on it. I've never done that version. I've never mapped, or I think I've flown that version, but I've never mapped the guns to a button. So, if we, I'll do a couple of tests before that to see if that's something that we can line up and figure out, and I'll definitely do some more test flying with the Huey. So we can get it figured out, so we can get some good choppas over the Middle East. Maybe some MD stuff, pretend that we're Blackwater. I see another comment down in there, but I'm in the soup, so I'm not going to check that for a little bit. Losing altitude, not happy with that. I'm going to straighten out and really throw back on the stick a little bit. I was trying to even up to the flight director some, but whatever. I'd just rather not die, you know? How embarrassing to die in unrealistic flying conditions. I would never live that down. I can hear the radar altimeter bitching at me whenever I get near the ground. The downside is I'm usually too low to where it's not going to let me know when I'm getting close. Boop. There it is. Boop. Boy, boys, this is fun. Absolutely. I don't know if I'm on the beta. Like I said, dude, my understanding of what I'm doing in here is strictly limited to I know how to wiggle the sticks to fly the helicopter. Because I literally downloaded this to teach me to fly a helicopter and learn how to hover. So I can save time in the real process. So I know how to turn this on, and if it doesn't work, I turn it off, then I turn it back on again. And if that doesn't work, then I turn something else off and turn it back on again. I did the alpha test whenever they first were releasing the game, so I don't know if that puts me where I am using the beta. I couldn't tell you. If it does, then yes I am, but if not, then no I'm not. Like I said, for me this thing is I pick it up, I turn it on, I fly for the stream, and I turn it back off again. It's for somebody who puts in the hours that I put in on this, I probably know the least amount out of anybody that's in a comparable hour range on it. Or comparable, just like time investment or whatever for it. Because it kind of like goes into that area of I don't feel like that's worth my mental capacity to figure that out, you know. I think we're just going to go straight soup here, guys. I'm not going to worry about trying to see the ground. Unless the ground comes to us like this, then I'll take it. But if it starts getting questionable, I'm just going to go straight soup and go straight into the instruments. Now that we're coming up near this mountain type deal on the right, I don't want to play stupid games this far into the stream tonight. I can kind of see that horizon there, but at the same time I really fucking can't. There we go, that's good enough for view. Who decided to make this entire fucking peninsula weather today? What a dumb idea. Decided to fly 88 knots and gain 1,500 feet per minute. What a dumb idea. A little bit of ground off to our left. I'm still very souped at the moment. "130 knots blind, boys. This is fucking wild." There's a horizon in front of me there. I'm level, but I'm not, or I'm straight, but I'm not level. Kind of turning into the flight director a little bit. Yeah, I'm not going to be looking at chat for a few seconds because it's much more soupy than it was a few minutes ago. Partially because of altitude, because I was going over that ridge. But we have a whole bunch of ridges in this area that I'm attempting to keep distance from. Hey there, there's the ground. Let's take this while we can. I see you're gonna head out. See you, dude. Thanks for being here. Go get some sleep. I'll see you tomorrow or the next day or whatever. As always, thank you for being here. Okay, clear that. Let's lean back into it. Get straight online. Some torque to spare. Let's throw it at it. I don't need 500 feet per minute. I just need to put some ass behind it. It is soupy, boys. It's like I could kill altitude and probably see the ground, but we still have another ridge to go over up here. So I think I'd rather just stay in a suit for the next fucking 10 minutes or so. .131 knots, fucking blasting. .136, .137, losing a wee bit of altitude. Let's arrest that descent. Of course, I don't know that it's downdrafts or completely me. We're just having fun, you know. Just a chill guy. He just low-key doesn't give a fuck. Saw a little bit of ground out of my peripherals, don't care. Saw a little bit of ground in front of us there. It's super, super faint. Oh, my back's gonna be fucking pissed at me for this. We're just video game flying inside of the video game right now, basically. I'll tell you what, though, this is not as stable as the 130 was going through this shit. Again, I apologize for not checking chat right now. As you can tell, we're kind of in it. basically level there, but it's like this 500 foot per minute thing I got going on right here. I want more of this. Readjusting my hand on the cyclic, a bit wiggly there. Don't mind me. I just need y'all to trust me, okay? Daddy's got this. Also, the plus side is this thing's a rental. So, not worried about any of the damage to the rotor or anything with the rain and snow and whatever. Saw the ground or something down there below us for a second. Aiming for the saddle that's kind of up there in front of us. Holy shit, this is a fucking flight today, boys. You can see the ground below me down there. It's not going to change how I'm flying. Because we're going to need this altitude anyways. There's no point in me going down and chasing this valley or anything. I need for the saddle that's kind of right above the director there. And hopefully we'll be out of this once we get on past this mountain up here. We can go back down. Also, I don't know if that's a lake to our east or if that's the actual Pacific. Now don't kill altitude on me. Don't kill altitude on me. We're a straight and level family here. Guys, I don't know if I've ever been this locked in doing something before. Chance we'll see the mountain out of our left lower window. We'll get more up on it. And trust me, I want to look at chat, but if I do, we'll die, basically. Yep, there's the mountain underneath the low left, like I said I thought we were going to see. Do not kill altitude on me. like to be 4,300 or above for this. So it looks decent that way. Okay, it looks like I'm looking at ocean and island past it in the hey, what up? Up here in front of me at the kind of in the middle of the screen there. Just kind of in this direction here. Luckily that looks like we're over the tall stuff and we can kind of follow this valley descending in for a bit. Gives me a second to look at the chat. Maybe a proper set of my PC, but it can handle 2020. If you have Xbox, you can do it and we can do crossplay. Oh, he's already gone. I'm getting 26 and 15 megabits a second on beta. Alright. How far to run? Let's see, let me pay back attention again real quick. We have 54 miles, and right now it says 41 minutes. That's because I slowed down drastically when we were checking the chat there. So 54 miles, and we'll be cruising 110 or so, so 30 minutes or so. Yeah, it already says 30 minutes. Ground speed 96 knots, airspeed 100, so we got a little bit of a headwind, but we're pushing pretty heavy. We're pushing pretty hard, so moving along. 10 people watching from what my computer says, 10 or 8, whatever. Either way, guys, welcome. Thanks for riding along in the soup. Believe it or not, I'm actually not sweating. My hand is completely still like a rock. We were getting bounced around pretty fucking hard there, but we survived. No big deal. If you enjoy people getting rocked by IMC conditions, please don't be jittery on me there. If you like people getting rocked by IMC conditions, hit the like button, subscribe. Lets me know you're having fun. Even though I was like dead fucking silent and locked in and not talking to anybody. But it's kind of par for it going through that, I think. The sterile cockpit was definitely needed for that. .136 knots following it downhill. Not a thing, not a thing. Sneaky fucker just sitting there hiding, covered in snow. I do not like it when it starts glitching on me going through this shit. It's not fun. Especially with the snow and fucking white ground and everything. Fun. Okay, I got wobbly there for a second. My whole headset started shaking. He slowed way down. I slowed down on purpose because, like I said, that's my headset was going wild there, and hopefully it's not flashing and doing all that stuff for you guys, but I was having to slow down for my own safety on that. Okay, I think it's all downhill from here. I'll kind of keep straight and level for right now until we get closer to the water. Because then I know I'm safe to come down, but it's no. Ooh. Nope, stop. Stop shaking. I'm pausing. My air link is disconnecting, so give me a second. This would have been the end of the fly right here. Okay, cool. Looks like we're back. Going to resume. Sitting in the wrong position, but we're still good. Alt back. Okay, cool. Okay, it's not this first island that we're looking at here that's our destination, it's the one just past that. Currently at 2,900 feet. Hey, I can see some ground. I love that. Absolutely love that. Have you had to go at real heli? I want to do a discovery flight, believe me, I truly do. But I also think a discovery flight would be a bit of a waste because I just want to get straight into training. And at that, it's like I want to pay up front for everything. And film is slow right now, so I'm not bringing any money in. I don't want to hand away $20,000 when I don't know when that's going to be replenished. So, still no. Sadly. As soon as I am booked on something though, and I know how long of a run that's going to be, I'll go ahead and take that money out of savings though, and go ahead and pay up front for at least the federal minimum hours, and maybe then some, maybe a little bit over. But until then, I'm kind of in conservation mode because, I mean, at minimum, I'm spending $400 to $500 a week just to survive with food. I'm going to go do little things to make money here and there, bills, etc. So I can't just throw away money right now. It's fucking the weird work thing, and it's not really worth it for me to go and try to get another job. See, I don't think, like, I've ridden in plenty of small planes before. I've ridden along in a helicopter once when I was, like, younger. So I really don't consider that as a helicopter experience. But it's like I don't want to be like selfish or whatever, but it was like if I can talk to the instructor for me, it's like, hey, I want to pay for a discovery flight, so we go do the 30-minute, 45-minute, whatever length discovery flights they typically do for their clients or whatever. Whatever their time period or whatever their hours is they do for that. Then I'm like, hey, I want to do this, but I want to be more focused on the schooling part. I don't care to have a tour of Atlanta as part of my discovery flight. I'd rather my discovery flight be like a first lesson flight training than I will. Like I said, it's not exactly a goal thing with me. If I wasn't sure that I wanted to do it, man, what? Come on. Thought we were done with this shit. There's some fucking altitude at it. We're over water now, boys. Locked in. Why is it so damn windy out here now all of a sudden? Holy shit. And I know my altimeter's off because we didn't have a freaking setting when we left. I can't trust it. We're about 2,000 feet now. Tell me about 10 minutes or so, I'm just gonna fucking lock in for this. We gotta get on the ground. Believe it or not, these conditions are not exactly conducive to flying a helicopter. Who would have thought? Hey, there's the ocean, I like that. I see you commented. I'll read that in 10 minutes or so. Oh my god. Oh. Let's see. I might have a second to read here. Pretty clear through. So hovering. Yeah, I figured like the straight, not straight and level, but like the typical flying stuff, I think that's pretty easy, despite me flopping around like a fucking idiot right now. Because I got up into V&E there, because I was reading it in a nosedive kind of adds speed to you, apparently. Let's get leveled off here. Try to keep above 1,000 indicated. It's like if I could tell like, hey, do my discovery flight, I don't mind doing the little bit of normal cyclic and collective work to run pattern or do like a quick tour of the area, but it's like I'm really more interested in fucking learning the dynamics and the hovering and all the actual schooling parts of it. Like I'm dead. Like the only thing that'll keep me from being a fucking helicopter pilot is like some sort of unexcusable medical type thing. Where it's like, okay, cool, actually you only have like 2 arms, or like you don't have any arms, you can't be a fucking helicopter. Like it'd have to be something like that where I couldn't get it excused or whatever. Or not excused, but like with color blindness, there's like some color blindnesses that you can pass certain colorblind tests with, but not others. So it would have to be something like that I can loophole or whatever you like to consider it, but unless it's like a do not pass go, do not collect $200, and this is what I'm chasing regardless. I crave the challenge. I crave being, I don't want to say white-knuckled on the fucking cyclic, but that's not how you should be flying. But like doing, I don't want to say, I also don't want to say I want to fly in fucking minimums like this, or below minimums, but doing something challenging like this, or doing something challenging like utility work, long line work, something like that, it's that's what I would like to do. I want that bit of it, and I love flight. I love everything about aviation, really. So it's what I'd like to push to. Is it 10 minutes or 9? It's fucking 19 minutes, damn it. I thought I said 10 minutes, it was 19. I'm so angry. Thought we were there. Let's throw some torque at it, man. Let's throw some speed. Let's try to do something. Let's try to keep it above an unknown 0 altitude. Why do you want to keep nosediving on me? We're only doing 130. I want to keep above 1,000 indicated for sure. Looks like 17 minutes. So yeah, we're still 30, 40 miles away. To be going 110 and have that much time left. Just locked in, fellas. I hate using the fucking Zoomer language, but I'm literally locked in. Haven't moved my head in fucking like 5 minutes. I need a back massage after this is done. The cool thing is, this particular island that we're about to cross first is basically touching the second island. So it's not like we have a large water crossing after this thing. Plus, I mean, it's only 15 minutes, 13 minutes, whatever left. So I'm starting to get lower than what I want to be. Some more up at it. Wind, stop winding, holy shit. If you're gonna be veining me around this fucking hard at 125 knots, you are moving. You are gusting. arm itches so fucking bad right now. Ugh. I will be so happy to be out of Eastern Russia. Shit. Fucking... Not the time to be doing that in full fucking VFR or IFR. Holy shit. Oh, fuck, when I get out of this, it's gonna spawn me back into the middle of the fucking cockpit. Damn it. Ugh. Okay. Oh, fuck, I don't know where I'm at. Oh. Fucking bullshit, fucking bullshit, fucking bullshit, fucking bullshit, fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit, stupid fucking thing, god damn it. It puts me in a place where I can't fucking see anything. God fucking shit. Okay, I think I'm level. Holy shit. Airlink, that was not the fucking time to do that. Holy shit. Shaking a little bit on that one, boys. I see a helipad here. I'm going to kind of aim for that. Just so that way I can like sit down for a second and readjust my seating position. Because I do not... Even though it's nice to be able to stare at this fucking thing, it's also not nice. Fuck me. Ugh. Airlink. Holy shit. I'm glad I had some form of fucking altitude there. It was almost an hour and a half through fucking gnarly weather down the drain. Of course, on the ocean, on this shit, can't really tell which way's up on the fucking horizon. It's just a slightly darker blue. Nope, up. Oh, not fucking now. Okay, I'm adjusted enough to where we can just aim for the fucking land. And then we can fly around to the airport. So I don't know if it shows for you guys whenever my Airlink decides to shit the bed. But when the Meta Airlink messes up, it basically makes my entire screen look like an earthquake is happening. And I can only pause it. And then in the soup like this, like when you pause, like what are you actually able to tell is happening? You know, like you don't know which way's up, you don't know which way's down. Just fucking horrendous. Absolutely fucking horrendous. So I'm glad we were able to pull out of that. That was it was really fucking close. Definitely a little shake with that one. Like, I don't mind it doing that when it's like VFR conditions. And when I say I don't mind, I mean I'd rather it not. But like, the VFR conditions are where I can see the ground, you know, like, bring it on, you know. Give me a little fucking scare, but that was a fucking scare. I'm literally just watching the Garmin, like, trying to find the arrows and follow the arrows to point me up. Like here, like, I know there's ground somewhere. I know there's land somewhere. Of course, I'm basically fucking hovering right there. I think I see the ground in front of us here. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And it kind of fucking disappears here and there. Great. I'll still take being over the ground, even if I can't fucking see it that well. I will take being over the ground with this flight director, with the synthetic vision. Because at least I have a fucking green versus blue that I can adjust myself to. I will take that any fucking day. I need to look up, see if there's any sort of like color inversion thing I can do on the Garmin. Oh my god, I can just fly and look at the ground. Oh. .12 minutes, 16 miles. I'm okay with that, because most of it's going to be over the ground. Very little bit over the water. Like I said, I can fucking synthetic vision this a lot easier. This weather is so shit. Holy crap. Okay, I got good altitude here. I'll hold this for a bit. Oh, that last one made my balls fucking hurt. Holy shit. I definitely need to scoot over to the left a little bit still. Oh my god, ground. Oh, stretch out. Wiggle a little bit while I have fucking visual reference. Okay, back into the shit. Let's go. Oh my god, I can see a distance in front of me. Let's catch up and chat for these few seconds. Hardest bit about straight level flight is holding altitude, which I picked up in 2 minutes of flying. I think he did I probably did a fucking loop. Cool thing is the rotor system in the MDs can do that. So. Oh. I'll tell you what, when I first started doing the sim stuff, the hardest part was kind of the straight and level and the approaches and stuff, just because it was I was doing it on a flat screen. Once I was able to hop into to VR, it made it so much easier to judge everything and judge how I was oriented. So hopefully that translates to the real thing as well. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I did at least like 1 or 2 fucking loop-de-loops there. Because when it started freaking out, at first I didn't notice it because I was just in the soup. You can't tell when the screen's freaking out that much. When I realized it was, I don't know how much left, right, forward, or back I had added trying to compensate for what I thought was just being in the soup and fucking heavy winds. But when I leaned over really hard to pause, and when I leaned over, my keyboard's like front right, so I leaned over to pause and it pushed the fucking stick way out. And I knew at that point, it was like, man, I'm gonna have to fucking fight for this. It was going to be fucking hell, and it was. With that said, I don't think we're going to do any shenanigans tonight after this. I'm going to need to stand up and stretch and fucking blow my asshole out in the shower. And it's 1:30, so... I think there's a little strip on this island here off to our right here in a bit, but I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the next time where there's a bigger, more legitimate landing strip. I wonder if it's going to give me a clean air for my landing. Think I'll be that lucky? Or is it just going to be like this when we get to the airport? cool thing is we are fucking close. This is 2 minutes, 4 miles. Very exciting. Omega 3, what's up, boat? Oh, fuck. Fishing in this weather? Haven't tried it with the spray rig. Or I know I've done a spray mission with it in the, in what's it called, career mode, or whatever. I have no, I've done a spray mission with it. But I don't know if it worked or if I did like the Control Shift E or whatever the engine start key thing is for, because it wouldn't work. I don't remember. Drokenov, whatever this airport is called. I'm looking at you, tell me what it's called. Servo Cruise Airport, whatever. This is helicopter 420 Foxtrot Whiskey. We are defeated, we are in pain, reefer. And we are coming in for a landing. I want a blankie whenever we get on the ground. Whatever fucking airport you are. Or whatever fucking helipad you are. 'Cause it's yeah, that's fucking... Oh yeah, that's right, the little bitty thing here. Ooh. Y'all like that? A little decel and descend pirouette. Fucking heavy wind coming from this way, so we'll kind of Peter Potter ourselves there. We're gonna put ourselves right on the middle of this fucking pad. I don't even care anymore. It's been a day. Of course, watch this dude drive right where I want to fucking park. What are you doing? Cool, I'm going by the, go, good with the wind, throttle down. Oh. Oh, goodness. Pitot heat. Position lights, don't care. Turn that off. too much around this one. Mwah. Okay, guys, day 18. It's been a fucking ride. 13 of y'all watching. Thank you for dropping in. Tom, let's do the other stuff another night. My back is sore and I do not want to be sitting down anymore. But we'll go over the Australia plans. We got plenty of time for that as well, either way. But I'm going to assume, without going into too much detail, for anybody that's watching the 11, 13 people, whatever, tomorrow's trip is down the islands in an Airbus 225. For the first time in this series, I'm telling you what we're flying tomorrow because it's fast and it's fucking distance, and we're gonna get down to fucking Japan away from all this shit. But yeah, so I'm assuming your path is something along this line down to you, and then back up this way. I'm assuming. That's my guess, but we'll get into it more, and I'm going to throw that onto my Google Maps tonight. And that way I can at least kind of see that we got time to go over it, since you're our director of flight for Australia. But to everybody else watching, thanks for getting in here. If y'all are wondering why it was so fucking wild in the rain and stuff, my peripherals don't self-center, so as soon as we got the weird shit happening with my Airlink with the VR, it just about fucking killed us up there. But good news is, if everything goes right tomorrow, we will be out of here. Set as departure, because we will be in Big Blue with as much fuel as she can take, and we are going to set her at a fast pace. And we're going to get down to Japan. So tomorrow expect us to end down here. Gonna be a long one, but we're gonna get out of here. That's the fucking goal. We're gonna get down to where the weather is actually gonna start being better, actually have more airports to bump in and out of, do touch and goes. There's a shit ton of heliports and helipads in Tokyo. Every building has one down there. So we'll be bouncing around and doing a whole bunch of fun stuff in Japan. But yeah. This is going to be good. There's 3 landmarks, the Western Islands, Fraser Islands, and Gilora that I would like to see. Cool, perfect. I'm even going to screenshot that and save that. But yeah, so if y'all are just now getting here, just in the end, y'all haven't been here before, subscribe, come back. It's going to get, like I said, it's going to get better next couple of days. Because once we get through tomorrow, it's Japan and then the rest of the world, and doing some cool little island hops around here, which I may even go through here. Oh, that's too many days. We'll do a water hop there. That's not too bad. We'll do that in the 225 again, or the 160. But yeah, I appreciate everybody being here. Like, subscribe. See ya tomorrow, or whenever I stream next, but probably tomorrow.